From 1968, his album A Portrait of Ray, that is Ray Charles in his version of Eleanor Rigby. Isn't that just unbelievable? It changes completely the way you think about that song. He takes it as a real empathetic observer there. Just really beautiful music. It's Monday morning, November 30th. If you have a suggestion for Under the Covers, a favorite cover song, send it in to us, radio2morning@cbc.ca or facebook.com/CBC Radio 2. While you dig out your email, your Eudora, here's a song from the Smashing Pumpkins. This is Tonight Tonight on Radio 2.
Your next favorite song is right around the corner. CBC Radio 2.
Bright, just like the stars above me, proud, just like my mother when they're short. On all the things I don't want, I'm full of love and longing. Take me by the hand and tell me you would take me anywhere. You would take me anywhere still, 'cause I don't want to move a thing, and I'm such a fit right into me, and all the things I don't want, therefore say you don't see any part of me. The love and all this mess, and I know you take the good and all the bad that comes with me. Take me by the hand and tell me you would take me anywhere. Take me anywhere. Take me by the hand and tell me you would take me anywhere. You would take me anywhere. And it goes. It's like come on to me. And it goes. It's like come on to me. And it goes. It's like come on to me. And it goes. It's like come on to me.
Tegan and Sarah and Take Me Anywhere. Before that, you heard Smashing Pumpkins from their brilliant album Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Maybe you remember seeing that album on Sabrina's dresser in Sabrina the Teenage Witch. It is 8:38, 8 minutes after the hour in Newfoundland. When you're on Facebook, it's a great way to keep in touch with people who are close to you, your friends, people you haven't seen for a while, friends who've moved away. But then there's those people you don't want to see on Facebook. People you were once close with and then split up from. Talking about your exes. Well, now Facebook has made it easier to break up with someone. Facebook announced last week they'll start providing some options when you change your relationship status. Say if you go from in a relationship to single or it's complicated, well, then you'll see less of your ex's name, less of your ex's posts, less of your ex's profile, and there'll be fewer posts showing up in your newsfeed. Essentially, once you break up in real life, they can disappear from your life on Facebook as well. That's another way Zuckerberg's looking out for you. And it sounds pretty good, unless it's complicated. Here's one from Beirut. This is Gibraltar on Radio 2.
Everything should be fine. You find things understand in line. It's hard to look in time. I'm sure you will try. So
online at cbcmusic.ca/morning.
Rest your bones, dig guns. Your gentle souls on the run. Close your eyes, hop, skip and jump. On the lamb and over hum. You're never gonna get that far. You're never gonna reach higher high. The sweet dreams sleeper. You're never gonna reach that high. You're never gonna see your love's nearby. Your sweet heart, with a heart like a hammer thump, 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 thump. A heart like a hammer thump, 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 thump. Chase your dreams through your nightmares. Mean your words and say your prayers. You left your mind go pale and numb. Locked your heart out in cold blood. You never wanna reach that high. You never wanna see it love nearby. My sweetheart, you're never gonna get that far. You're never gonna reach a part of your heart. My sweet dreams, with a heart like a hammer thump.
Bono.
A heart like a hammer thump. Dreams aren't as weak as we are. The mind's not as weak as the heart. Sleep, my little sweet, among the stars. Ooh. You're never gonna get that far. You're never gonna reach a part of your heart. My sweet dreams. You never wanna reach that high. You never wanna see if love's nearby. My sweetheart, on the lamb and you're in the dark. You're never gonna get close to your heart. My sweet dream sleeper. My sweet dream sleeper. With a heart like a hammer thump. A heart like a hammer thump.
Don Brown Rig in Sweet Dream Sleeper, Beirut before that, and Gibraltar. My name is Tom Power. How much time a day do you spend with your partner, or with the person you love? You might see them when you get home from work. You might see them on the weekends, right now, maybe in the mornings. But can you imagine working with them? And being a musician, that means every flight, every backstage, every old fruit tray, every hotel, every bottle of beer at every dingy bar, they are there, next to you. It takes a lot of love to make a relationship and band like that work, but it can really pay off. Like you'll hear in this husband and wife duo, they're called the Royal Foundry. This is the first time they're getting played on the radio. That same love that lets you tolerate one another can lead you to making beautiful music, because in their voices, you can hear that love. Here's the Royal Foundry.
Can we stop? Let it breathe for a minute.
Learn more. Side menu and
Here we are in the great divide. I want it all, but I'm stuck in it. And the smoke keeps rising, my lungs are black as the day. When the cold wind stops and the fever starts to break.
Radio 2.
That you listen to that song and you think that's the greatest guitar solo in Canadian music history. That is one of those times. That is Martin Tielli's guitar solo in the Rheostatics' Claire. My name is Tom Power. You're listening to CBC Radio 2. Here's She and Him.
Why do you let me stay here all by myself? Why don't you come and play here? I'm just sitting on the shelf. Why don't you sit right down and stay a while? We like the same things and I like your style. It's not a
Radio 2 Morning with Tom Power.
Yeah, the radio is on, but the signal is weak. We both know the song way down deep. It doesn't matter if we talk, 'cause talk is cheap. There's so much the eyes say that we don't speak. I know I'm not supposed to think about you. I know, act natural around you. I know I'm not supposed to think of your thirsty rose. Yeah, I know, I know. Oh.
Just minutes.
What we both know, and when the song's over, we go home. I know, I'm not supposed to think about you. I know, act natural around you. I know I'm not supposed to think you're thirsty rose. Yeah, I know. I'm not supposed to see when my eyes are closed, or run my hand across your skin real slow, or think of how we come together and explode. I know that when the song's over we go home. I know that when the song's over we go home. I know that when the song's over I know that when the song's over then I let him go.
Son of Leonard Cohen, and We Go Home. She and him before that. My name's Tom Power. You're listening to CBC Radio 2. Thank you so much for tuning in to the program today. We'll be back again tomorrow. Julian Israel, standing by with classical music later on.
It is November 30th, and this is CBC News. I'm Joe Cummings. With 151 world leaders on hand, including Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the United Nations Climate Change Summit is underway in Paris. The goal of the summit is to establish a global agreement aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As you hear now from the CBC
Canada, along with 19 other countries, including the U.S.
Get 1,000 bonus points if you write down Joe
Really what it is, it's a plan to accelerate global green energy investment to help developing countries produce power, run their cars, run their businesses without continuing to pollute or to burn coal, for example. So this would be a way for $20 billion over the next 5 years to go into projects that would help reduce emissions and sort of new technology in developing countries. And really this is what this conference is about, is to help developing countries move forward to reduce their emissions as well as large countries. Canada, like some of the other big developed countries, has to concede that it has to be flexible in its approach to the way this agreement is signed. It will have to be on the table. If that happens, they all sign on. That will be something that Canada has contributed to, and it will be considered to be a success.
Margaret McDermott in Paris. Meanwhile, U.S. President Obama and Russian President Putin wanted to lead during the contest. He did briefly talk on the sideline. The White House defender at this point has yet to go back to the details. The U.S. has been cautiously optimistic about developing closer cooperation with Russia in their ongoing fight against ISIS. Obama and Putin did meet last week, or rather a week ago, at the G20 summit.
4 years against Edmonton, looking for their first championship in a decade. The underdog Red Blacks started quickly. The league's most outstanding player, Henry Burris, throwing for 2 touchdowns in the first 6 minutes. By halftime, Edmonton had pulled ahead to lead by 1 point, and for the next 2 quarters, it was a nail-biter for fans of both teams, the score going back and forth. But Edmonton scored a touchdown with about 3 minutes left in the game, and that's all they needed. Final score, 26-20. The Edmonton Eskimos are the 2015 Grey Cup champs. Karen Pauls, CBC News, Winnipeg.
And that is the CBC News to this hour. I'm Joe Cummings.
Here is the Environment Canada forecast. For Montreal today, mainly sunny and chilly with a high of 0. Overnight, a few clouds and a low of -6. For tomorrow, increasing cloudiness. We will see some rain starting early on in the afternoon, up to a high of 3 degrees. Those showers will continue overnight tomorrow right through Wednesday. We'll see some periods of rain with a high of 10. Then for Thursday, clearing, windy, a high of 3. And Friday, showers continuing mild, a high of about 6. And so far, the weekend is looking sunny. For the Quebec City region today, increasing cloudiness with a high of -6 degrees. Partly cloudy overnight, down to a low of -9. For tomorrow, a mix of sun and clouds with a high of 0. Now, overnight Tuesday, Quebec City can expect periods of snow or rain with a low of about -1. Showers continue Wednesday, up to a high of 4. Then for Thursday, clear and some sunshine off and on Thursday, the high of 3.
Hi, Rick Mercer here. Also here, the holidays. A time for friends and family and never-ending conversations about the weather. But most importantly, it's a time for giving. Not the latest bad gift kind of giving, the other kind. The GOAT kind, with Plan Canada's Gifts of Hope. For $75, you can buy a goat for a family in the developing world. A goat that provides milk for growing children and income for essentials like school, food, and medicine. Or for just $10, you can help prevent malaria in Africa with a life-saving bed mat. $10, buys a net and saves lives. Meanwhile, the lifespan for that solar-powered corkscrew you bought your sister-in-law is 2.5 hours. So this holiday season, think outside the gift box with Gifts of Hope. For as low as $10, you can shop now at plangifts.com. Happy? What he said.
You're listening to Tempo on CBC Radio 2. Filling your day with the best in classical music. Good morning. Welcome to the program. I'm doing this well, keeping it covered with classical music. In today's program today, we will be
it's all goodbye. slow. Try to forget the past. I'm gonna see how fast I can drive you out of my heart, out of my head.
passion.
You heard the exquisite and at times rather angelic playing of Murray Pariah here with a Bach keyboard concerto. Mr. Pariah with the Academy of St. Martin in the Fields, led by Sir Neville Mariner. Good morning to you. I'm Julie Nasrallah. You're listening to Tempo, and this is CBC Radio 2. She weaves webs of poetic pianism that will intoxicate you. That is how one reviewer describes your next performer. Krystyna Petrovska-Quilico is a renowned Canadian pianist here to play Franz Liszt's piece, La Campanella, or The Little Bell. And it may sound very sweet and easy in Krystyna's hands, but you can listen to just how crazily difficult it starts to become. It becomes progressively more and more challenging to play, with Krystyna creating the sound of this little bell with scales and trills with the utmost ease and panache. So here she is, Krystyna Petrovska-Quilico with Liszt's La Campanella, or The Little Bell. You just heard a dazzling performance by Canadian Christina Petrovska-Quilico with Liszt's La Campanella on CBC Radio 2 Tempo. They chased him out of Vienna after accusing him of public concubinage and abduction of a respectable woman. Oh yes, the infamous Lorenzo da Ponte had a wild life back in the 1700s, complete with shady dealings, debt, and other serious bits of debauchery. Lorenzo da Ponte was then arrested 30 times in London and basically spent most of his time trying to not get thrown in the slammer everywhere he went. Until finally, Lorenzo da Ponte moved to the U.S., moved to Philadelphia, where he lived a peaceful life, working as a grocer. You can't make this stuff up. Lorenzo
And we'll use
da Ponte is also the man who wrote the librettos for 3 of Mozart's most famous operas, including Don Giovanni or Don Juan. Yeah, when it comes to being one of the worst rogues the world has ever seen, Lorenzo da Ponte literally wrote the book on it. We just heard the dramatic overture to Mozart's opera Don Giovanni or Don Juan with the Marlowe Chamber Orchestra, led by Canadian Yannick Nézet again. I'm Joan Israel. You're listening to Tempo, and this is CBC Radio 2. When you're doing something you love with love, like baking a birthday cake for your sweetie or decorating a room for a new baby in the family, when you're doing something like that from the heart, you're achieving something authentic and worthwhile. And it's the same way when you're approaching creating great music. Maurice Ravel said, great music must come from the heart.
Brian.
Today's amount of sensitivity is really, really pushing people. What my organisation for especially is looking good.
Tom.
Go.
Time to populate from 2800 everything. Once I'm out in a direct way. On those farms refineries, yeah, that looks like home to me. If you still believe in faith and family, you'll find them in this little town. Come on down, come on down, out here in the country. We'll leave the light on for you, and we never lock the door. Just come on down, come on down to the land of milk and honey. Our arms are always open, you can make yourself at home. Just come on down. If something happens to your neighbor, or the church has a fundraiser, it's the front page of the paper. It's just a stamp paper. Every house has a good cooking. Kitchens all smell like old cooking. If the tractor goes for looking more, you'll find one here for sure. Everyone's a fan of, yes, I think a man way out here in this land.
Well. Mean business.
Have you heard? Proactive Plus is faster and better than ever. In for $1 million.
You just heard the outstanding Canadian virtuosa Angela Hewitt at the piano keys with Reveille Tombeau de Couperin. I'm Judy Misrao. This is your Monday morning, just heating up, just getting started. You're listening to Tempo on CBC Radio 2. We've got a news break coming up, but in the next hour, a little bit of gorgeous Christmas music from Arcangelo Corelli and the Tempo Take 5. It is November 30th, and this is CBC News. I'm Joe Cummings. With 151 world leaders on hand, the United Nations Climate Change Summit is underway in Paris. Prime Minister Trudeau is there, saying he understands the challenges involved in dealing with climate change, but he also sees the opportunity.
That's the side of things that I don't think gets talked about quite enough here in Paris, where Indeed, yes, there is tremendous concern and urgency about acting for the sake of future generations. But there is also tremendous opportunity for innovative, forward-thinking people in countries like Canada to move forward in significant ways.
While in Paris, Trudeau will be taking part in an announcement later today with U.S. President Obama, where 20 countries are expected to agree to a multi-billion-dollar clean technology innovation. As well, later in the summit, like the other leaders on hand, from Barack Obama to Vladimir Putin, Trudeau will be addressing the delegation. Here's the CBC's Rosemary Barton.
The Prime Minister is going to talk about how countries have, in the past, used excuses to try and not sign on to climate deals. He will likely even say, something that he told us the other day, that even Canada could get away with making excuses to not get on board, that we have a large fossil fuel industry, that our country is very big, that we have extreme weather inside our country, but that excuses no longer work. And that kind of message that you heard from the President, that you hear from our Prime Minister, is directed very specifically at countries like India. India, the world's third largest emitter, and the country that is right now probably expressing the most open dissent to signing on to this agreement. So there's a very targeted action towards certain countries that need to get on board. Canada is hoping to play a key role.
Editorial to some extent, everyone is promising the moon in this election. The Liberals, however, seem to have thrown in a few planets to boot. Stephen Cuddy, CBC News, St. John's.
Well, along the coast of Nova Scotia, today is known as Dumping Day. It is the official one for the province's 6-month lobster season. CBC's Brett Ruskin has more now from the fishing town of Samborough.
All along the coast around Nova Scotia, fishermen were getting ready for the most important day for lobster season. They stacked up their lobster traps in their boats, and this morning they left to race out to their favorite spot, because that's where they'll stay for the next 6 months. Each day, the lobster fishermen will go out, fill up their traps, pull out the lobsters, and then bring them in to be counted and weighed. What's really interesting is that if you or who are across the country right now are going out to purchase lobster over this holiday season, odds are it might come from here in Samborough, anywhere else across Nova Scotia, and so the catch that comes in here really could dictate the price of lobster all across the country.
This is CBC's Brett Ruskin, and that is the CBC News to this hour. We broadcast live and podcast at cbcnews.ca. I'm Joe Cummings.
Get a glimpse of life backstage with world-renowned tenor Ben Hefner.
Almost everyone knows it, and not because they've heard it at the Opera House. The comedian Alan Sherman turned it into Hello, Mother. Hello, Father. Here I am at Camp Granada. The Dance of the Hours.
Backstage with Ben Hefner. Saturday at 4 p.m. 5 Atlantic, 5:30 in Newfoundland. On CBC Radio 2.
I'm Ben Hefner, inviting you to come and see your annual CBC Christmas. Join me, the chorus of the World Farmers in Montreal, for the Hope this Sunday,
This is Tempo with Julie Nezrala on CBC Radio 2. A very warm welcome to you if you're just tuning into the show. Welcome to this last Monday in November. Can you believe it? Well, the rules of the game are a little bit different when you never have to worry about money. And imagine being independently wealthy for a day. Waking up every day, slowly having breakfast on your patio, or leisurely contemplating the next move of the day as your butler pours you another cup of caffeine. Well, Arcangelo Corelli was one of those lucky ones. Corelli was so rich that he had the freedom to write all the music for and everything, without the anxiety of having to sing, compose, or do supper. One example so beautiful and so well crafted that it was the first composer to introduce widespread fame beyond instrumental music. Or just pieces. A concerto grosso, a Christmas concerto, by Arcangelo Corelli, died in Rome with fortune for his name.
Today's Cut it.
To stay as long as you like.
You just heard Christmas music written over 300 years ago. Arcangelo Corelli's Christmas Concerto. You can imagine hearing this in a warm, candlelit cathedral on Christmas night with the snowflakes dropping from the sky and people snuggled together in the pews. It's just beautiful. Corelli's Christmas Concerto here with the Brandenburg Consort, led by Roy Goodman. I'm Julie Nazralla. You are listening to Tempo, and this is CBC Radio 2. You know when the world throws a bunch of stuff at you, stuff you didn't ask for or expect, like someone you know has betrayed you, or you thought you were going to get a big paycheck for your overtime, but it didn't quite turn out that way and you're disappointed. Or maybe you broke your ankle, and now you'll be hobbling for the holidays. Yeah. Well, Tempo is here to lend a hand with the stress of life, and this is a very stressful time of year. Your Tempo Take 5 is about offering you a guilt-free moment to cut away all the noise in your life and all the noise in your head by filling it with beautiful classical music instead, so you can sit down, regroup, breathe, and remind yourself that, you know, this too shall pass.
Club member at country935.ca.
really.
porch, my old truck was lifted. That summer dress messing with my head, caught the wind just a little bit and lifted. And it sure felt good. You holding my hand, looking out over that hood, singing John Never
invitation nice gift, no offense, because, well, I'm not allowed to do that work anymore. I'm just perusing some of the options I have for later on today when I make that actual purchase. I try to get my Christmas shopping done in the comfort of my own home, and that's the goal this year, but we'll see what happens. We can help you out with your Christmas shopping, or at least with some Christmas snacks. Carl Richards this afternoon has a chance for you to score a Christmas party starter kit. And your starter kit consists of 2 boxes of $50. It's better before it gets cheap.
Visit seatforlife.ca for more details. Invoice and pay from December 4th.
With all of your banking needs. Contact my job.
See? It's easy.
Yes, it is. Eastern Ontario JobShop.com name, amazing results.
By now, you've probably heard all about how amazing FX's original series Fargo was. Winner of 2 Golden Globes in 3 Emmys. But did you know it's back on this season?
Okay, then.
Even a bigger cast. You betcha.
Your son's wanted in connection with 3 murders. Little girl.
Right. I've got to talk about the most epic selfie that's been floating around the internet all weekend. It's a hard one to beat. Just can you trust me? I'll go back. In today's best country, 92.5.
You just heard Tchaikovsky's favorite musical child, his Serenade for Strings. He wrote with so much love in his heart. The Serenade here with the Academy of St. Martin in the Fields, with Sir Neville Mariner on the podium. I'm Joan Israel. You're listening to Tempo here on CBC Radio 2. Got a news break coming up, but straight ahead, we have a Dvorak and your quote of the day. That's next. It is November 30th. As well as large companies. Big developed countries has to concede that it has to be flexible in its approach to the way it is going to decide. Other countries have to be more.
pillow.
Health Organization. City authorities have issued a pollution orange alert, limiting some factory production, construction, and the use of heavy trucks in an effort to clean the air. However, the cloud is expected to remain in place for at least another day. Heavy winds help blow it away. Kingston Ont on CBC News, Beijing.
That will be at the center of Canada's resettlement efforts.
Processing center had its first day of operation today. That will ramp up over time and get more intense.
The center is expected to process some 500 refugees a day. There are more Canadian consular staff arriving in the Middle East, and the Canadian forces sent a military transport plane to the region on the weekend. Some 90 military personnel are now assisting with logistics, while some are carrying out the medical screening the refugees receive before flying to Canada. Derek Shuffle, CBC News.
Yeah, the Eskimos were crowned this year's Grey Cup champions last night in Winnipeg as they beat the Ottawa Redbacks in this year's big game. 26-20 the final for the Eskimos. It was a 14th Grey Cup win for the Edmonton franchise. And that is the CBC News for this hour. I'm Joe Cummings.
Also here, the holidays, a time for friends and family and never-ending conversations about the weather. But most importantly, it's a time for gifts. That's the way to do it.
Goodbye on Country 93.5. his Slavonic Dance #1 with the Netherlands Wind Ensemble on CBC Radio 2 Tempo. You can't depend on your eyes when your imagination is out of focus. Those are the words of Sam the Langhorne Clemens, but you know him better as Mark Twain, who was born today 180 years ago. Mark Twain was a writer and humorist, considered by many to be the father of American literature. But when Mark Twain was starting out, his big ambition in life was all of becoming a steamboat pilot. In those days, a steamboat pilot had to cover swimming, and the names that we associate with being an airline pilot. It was walking back to the city, and Mark Twain lived it. It was his dream. And his career was cut short by the outbreak of the Civil War, which halted traffic on the river. Because of that, Twain began working as a reporter, turning out news stories and editorials and sketches, and along the way, he became one of the best-known storytellers in the West with his funny, and irreverently often satirical style, and the West, his literary and livable history.
like that. You know, where they can learn something from me. So, you know, there is a level of influence there.
A little helper.
Rogers K-Rock Center. Tickets are on sale now. Ticketmaster.ca. On phone at 855. Rogers K-Rock Center box office.
Holiday season, let's share, feast, laugh, and spend time with family and friends. Savor a fabulous glass of wine or fun with fishing touches on the holiday season.
Extended your community. A better medical.
Shoeboxes? You can still pack boxes online. When you do, you have to reach out to children growing up in poor countries who rarely, if ever, receive a gift. Simple things like clothes, school supplies,
He just took a magical mystery tour along the Moldau by Bedrich Smetana. The Moldau here performed by the Berlin Philharmonic, led by Herbert von Karajan. I'm Julie Nasrallah. You are listening to Tempo, and this is CBC Radio 2. Sir Simon Rattle says, learning music is a birthright. As music classes and programs continue to be threatened in North America and Europe, Simon Rattle, the conductor for the Berlin Philharmonic, is worried. He's worried about all of this. Rattle says that too much has been sacrificed in the name of economic necessity, and that it's not just about the music education helps you when it comes to life in general. He says music helps to teach youngsters how to work in teams. It helps your brain to think more eclectically, and this is what employers are looking for. Music gives you necessary life skills. It makes you a team player, and it helps you to think outside the box. Wouldn't it be great if all the schools followed what Sir Simon Rattle says? Here he is with the Berlin Philharmonic, with Mussorgsky's Pictures at an Exhibition.
to a lower body injury. Messi, Neymar, Cristiano Ronaldo, finalists for the FIFA Ballon d'Or Award for Best 15.
Refuel.
Stagger.
Smith Road, 2 blocks north of Cataraqui Center.
Looking a little gloomy out there today, but it's supposed to clear up later this afternoon with a high of +4. The key clouds over the town, clouds and cloudy again. Periods of rain or drizzle in the morning, and most of that's going to freezing drizzle. Afternoon. Hi.
You just heard the glorious big finale of Mussorgsky's Pictures at an Exhibition with Sir Simon Rattle at the helm of the Berlin Philharmonic. If you'd like to be in touch with Temple, you can write your email to temple@cbc.ca. You're invited to follow Temple on Twitter @CBCTemple, and naturally you can check out Temple's Facebook page any time of day. I'm Julie Nazrella. News is next.
This is CBC News. I'm Dwight Smith. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and 5 premiers are in Paris. They're attending an international conference that's trying to combat climate change. Each arrived with hopes of reaching a deal, but each country has its own agenda. This morning, Trudeau outlined Canada's plan. CBC's Margaret McDermott has more on that from Paris.
You could easily confuse this Paris Climate Conference for a trade show. There are as many banks and investment companies as there are environmental groups. The talk these days is less about protest and more about investment plans. Today, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced that Canada will double its investment in research into clean energy. It's part of a joint effort by 20 countries, including the U.S., to ramp up efforts to reduce emissions by using new technology.
All of Canada intends to continue to step up and look to investing in more renewables.
Trudeau says Canada's contribution will be $1.5 million over the next 5 years. Green groups say it's a good start. Money can help grease the wheels with developing countries that need help to adapt to climate change. But they point out this is just the beginning of 2 weeks of talks in Paris. There are outstanding issues like how to compensate countries suffering from extreme weather. Margaret McDermott, CBC News, Paris.
Still in Paris, U.S. President Barack Obama sat down with Russian President Vladimir Putin today on the sidelines of the climate summit. And the two leaders discussed last week's downing of a Russian jet by the Turkish military. The White House says Obama urged Putin to work on restoring diplomatic relations with Turkey. The first of 6 police officers charged in the death of Freddie Gray goes on trial in Baltimore today. Gray's death from injuries he sustained in police custody last April was a flashpoint for protests and became a part of the larger Black Lives Matter movement across the U.S. Lindsay Duncombe has more from Baltimore.
The beginning of his trial starts with jury selection. They'll need to find 12 jurors and 4 alternates who say they can look at the facts.
Writing capacity, 26
in the emotion of the event itself or the rioting that followed, all of the anger, all of the emotions, all of the businesses that were affected in those days. So that's the challenge. And over again, defense lawyers for the 6 accused have said that you can't have a fair trial in Baltimore with this jury pool, that it should be moved. And over again, the judge has said no, but he has left the door open. If this process that starts today is not able to come up with those impartial jurors, he will look at potentially moving the court venue.
That's Lindsay Duncombe in Baltimore. Here in Canada, it's Election Day in Newfoundland and Labrador, with the Liberals looking to put an end to more than a decade of Conservative rule. In St. John's, here's the CBC's Stephen Puddicombe.
Many here have called this election dull, lacking the drama and panache that came with previous leaders Brian Tobin and Danny Williams. All signs point to a dramatic shift of the province's political landscape.
tell me everything.
Yeah.
All of the most popular ones in Drake and your three-spot hotline bling. Coming up at number one, we're going to see who had the biggest song on this counter of all this whole month. November.
I can see myself
A concerto by Handel to give you some lift and some life for your lunch hour with the Tapu Music Baroque Orchestra led by Jean Lamont on CBC Radio 2 Tempo. If you've ever had damaged vocal cords or you're struggling with damaged vocal cords right now, you are going to want to listen to this. A team of scientists at the University of Wisconsin-Madison has bioengineered vocal cord tissue capable of vibrating and generating sound. The researchers collected cells from human vocal cord tissue and grew vocal cords and attached the engineered vocal cords to an artificial windpipe in an attempt to recreate voice. What they found is that the engineered vocal cords feel and behave like a real thing, and they even make exquisite sound.
And the holidays wouldn't be complete without it. December 12th. Full details at
Delights this holiday season and throughout the year.
This time of year is full of tough choices. There's gifts to give, meals to make, and parties to plan. But one decision you shouldn't have to make is who you're going to spread cheer to. Now, with Wynn's $45 unlimited holiday plan, you get unlimited value.
You're listening to Tempo, and this is CBC Radio 2. There is nothing worse. There's nothing worse than when you're feeling terrible, and all you want to do is lie down because your head is pounding, you've got a fever, your whole body is aching, and you've got an appointment, and you need to keep it, or you cannot call in sick. It feels pretty terrible. Maybe you're going through that right now. Well, that's what Beethoven was going through, too, when he was sick and forced to get up and play music. So for the premiere of Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 4, his hearing was getting worse, and he was desperate to have someone else play it. But he couldn't find a replacement. He couldn't find anyone who could do it, and he was furious. Back in bed with his head underneath the pillow.